connection again. So just give me a moment. Yeah, I know. I said I had to put the game back in so it'll say what game I'm streaming. But yeah, I lost my internet connection, but it's back now. Hopefully it'll stay this time. I know there are storms in some parts of Texas, but I didn't think any of them are close enough to affect anything here. And I was worried this would happen because I actually lost my internet connection about 15 minutes before it's time for me to start the stream. But I was hoping nothing would happen. Hope it's not about to happen again. Let me see here. Okay, looks like everything's fine for now, so let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can get done. Yeah, like I said, hopefully it'll stay that way this time. Anyway, let's continue. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. March 23rd, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt OnGuard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that there's suspicion onto Mr. OnGuard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? Looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, one Corrido was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt OnGuard. Well, what a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become uncommonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Oh, okay. Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, that's... I guess I'm sort of allowed as a mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please. You don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Onguard's room. Okay, sure. Visit to Matt's room. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought he was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with a bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes the person Mr. Onguard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, well, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? The defendant's room? Why'd you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sorta, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why'd you stop? Mr. Wright! What is it? You're going to try to trick me in the corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer! No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Gosh. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Oh my gosh. No, you're fine, dude. Every time. Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Mrs. Sara. So, you went to the defendant's room. What, and then? Hey, wait a minute! When and how did I suddenly turn to the bad guy here? Powers is dangerously genre savvy. Yup. Mouse. Are you sure that was Matt Onguard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And What was the defendant doing, standing in front of his own room? At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? Why are you asking us? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. Yep, might as well. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. I had guests with me that night and I couldn't make them wait for me. So, who are these guests you were talking about? You guys, of course, you and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Okay, so let me think here. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt. Matt was standing there. He was talking on the phone. I watched the two of them. Okay, so I pressed everything. So, I was talking with someone. I was standing there in front of his room still in... I'm gonna save before I do this, but... because I don't want to waste too much of my energy this soon. Okay, that's not it. So, it's gotta be something else. Let me think. He was talking with someone. The bellboy. Hang on, let me read what Mia said. Do you remember this incident? Did you press everything? I thought I did. Let's see. Words ceremony with myself to master. These guests. Oh, I remember now, okay. Oh yeah, this. Yeah, I did this part. Because he was sure as mad because he wasn't wearing the mask or helmet or whatever. Let me read this through this again. At first. Oh. Oh, okay. So I had to press this a second time. You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Oh, yeah, that's it! You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was it? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Yes. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So, he gave the bellboy a tip? What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Probably the face. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, it wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. Help! I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. In smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tip and top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out. Ah! He was there, at On Guard's house. He was that butler! What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means On Guard was talking with the killer, then. If that fact were to be exposed, On Guard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? Huh? What did you say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. Yep, Edgeworth's onto us. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. Mr. Powers is the only person who thinks Stitch Face is weird. Yeah, apparently so. I'd guessed to me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. What? I have to do something else? Well, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do, because I'm supposed to be playing dumb, remember? After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there. Actually, hang on a minute. Yeah. So he gave the bell. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because it gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash?! Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. Visitors begin to look awfully suspicious of us. I feel like I need to raise an objection to stall, but...
Objection!
The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the Killer. He is the person the police's special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy get laid on that night. What?! This is not going well. Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. Oh boy. Second time. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy is truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. And what time was it? Oh, well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? So sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wore the same uniform after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the real pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. let's continue with the testimony, shall we? So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? And he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What shall I do? Shall I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... gonna save again, but I think I probably need to try to pull a fast one. And if this screws me up, at least I saved first. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. Do it for laughs, okay? There really isn't! If you two are done being school children, bellboys offer room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed. Ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see, very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please? Yes, sir. So you're saying that's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it's tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Are we referring to this? Or, wait a minute. Maybe this? Yeah, there's the tray. Problem is, do we want to present that? Please don't be so quick to judge. Oh, but it's kind of a pal's family thing. Think of every person as a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know. Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Okay, I already forgot what I said here, but okay, got it. Okay, so... Okay, there's only one thing I can think of offhand to do here, but I'm going to save first. I know I'm doing this a lot tonight, so I'm sorry. Let's see.
Objection!
Okay, good. That was it. Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But, isn't it really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches. Whatever. Moving on. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Ooh. Well, there's also, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid around the liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. Phoenix must be thirsty because he is deliberately grasping at straws. Yeah, kind of what we have to do right now, whether we like it or not. Oh, but that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. And no. But can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth! Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route! I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say, empty-handed? What? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah! I almost forgot! What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves! Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ugh. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying... Okay, that's getting ridiculous now. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like me, myself, can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay, now I think somehow Edgeworth is already knowing to stall for time. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have him give out his entire testimony all at once? Oh yes, tell us more. Okay. What is... After leaving Warren's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident. Some accident, I'd say you saw too much. and all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it!
Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know.
Hold it!
I said hold it! Yeah, we heard you. Okay. That's better. That's better. Phoenix, what are you doing? That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Ask about the person inside. I guess we'll start with that, though I think the second one is the correct answer. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What? What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, it was Mr. On-Guard's room. So it could have only been Mr. On-Guard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing. I'll come back to that other question in a bit. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room.
Hold it!
Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. On-Guard's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall. Went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do.
Hold it!
Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? You saw something else? There was this jitter alien with a ray gun. Oh boy. It was watching one's door like some sort of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. I think we can too. Well, Mr. Power's testimony just now was as vague as his first. Well, Mr. Power's testimony just now was as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Ugh, talk about a lose-lose situation. Okay, now let's go back to that one statement.
Hold it!
Gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it so something, would I? But the lies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the culprit. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I would say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
Objection!
What was the point of that pregnant pause? Good question. Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up! It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it! That's the something! Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out! I recall we found this at the Battle on God's mansion. At the defendant's house? Hope I didn't just screw myself over. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated one Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Onguard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Onguard is the killer's client. Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Fair enough. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor! A minute, please! Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? Powers testimony, the person who received the bear itself. Let's see. What question point would you like to explore further? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found in Mr. Onguard's mansion. However, Mr. Onguard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Onguard who took this bear to his mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew. Disaster averted. It looks... Yeah, of course. He's not gonna let us off that easily. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at OnGuard's mansion. What? We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer. The killer and OnGuard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at OnGuard mansion as its butler. What a... Whoa, what a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to OnGuard mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, OnGuard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during the investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to... I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. Whoa, what? There's still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? Mr. Power's testimony, of course. Huh? I know that my testimony is kind of shaky, but your inanity stupefies me, Mr. Wright. We have already clarified all the questionable points in the cross-examination just now. Wasting time like this, calling the testimony questionable. I'd say it's your head that's questionable there. Here. Okay, let me load and do the other one. There is one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who receives the bear. He gave something to the persons inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of— Ah! Well, what is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm, it was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding! Are you sure that's Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it's the Nickel Samurai. Horror! Horror! It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt OnGuard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the fence, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt OnGuard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? Oh boy. I really don't know what else we're gonna be able to do, but I will now announce my There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at On Guard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Yep, Pooh Boy is right. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? Oh boy. I don't know how this is going to work, because there's only one person I can think of with the information we've gotten. Because she was wearing the nickel samurai costume after the murder. Okay, so you're trying to pass the buck. Well, that's what I have to do. I'm afraid. Unless... And like I said, there was only one person that was wearing the nickel samurai costume after the murder, besides Matt himself. So yeah, we're not happy about this, but well, here goes.
Take that!
Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt On Guard for the crime. And by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Oh! Then the nickel samurai Zalm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. On Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap by Miss Andrews, set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What's with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell On Guard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! 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 All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor! The prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. Okay, so we're bringing her back. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Ha ha ha. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. Beep. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have it at least, but... What? We don't have any more time! We just had one. Even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Mia? Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Really? Okay then. But Mia! Looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She is locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The very big circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. Well, what? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on the map, about a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry! And I could see a mailbox under the window, just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. I felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her, an old office building. Good stuff, pal. This is the Maya News Network, bringing you all the latest news from around Maya. Yeah, pretty much. And welcome to the stream, Ashi. How you doing? Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Beep. Mia! Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry! Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? I like how he takes the intel without question. Well, we are kind of in an emergency right now, so he's probably just taking whatever he can get. It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. Was the psycho lock on Adrian a hassle? No, I actually, once I got the information I needed, once I got the evidence I needed, it was pretty easy. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why? Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Jewelry box? So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. On guard is very interesting. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. Puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So, what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh! Oh, this is most interesting. Judge, please focus. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Okay. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? At its center. And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. Because of its complexity, So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, one myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that the spare is actually a small container or jewelry box?
I never told anyone. And as long as one never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
The two of you, huh? Then, of course, that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Figuring update of the court record. A wooden puzzle with the hollow inside. Only Karita and Andrews know how to open it. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Yeah, we know that. And? Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness!
Yes?
You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Click.
I've opened it.
Is this what you wanted? Oh, hello. Well, what is that? It looks like a note. You've gotta be kidding me. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by one Karita's former manager, Celeste in Pax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, one Karita himself. It seems Celeste in Pax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This was most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order! Witness! Did you know about this?
Yes, I did. Heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by the killer.
Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
What is written on the note?
That's right. At least, that's what I would think.
Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note to be made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake.
I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste in Pax left to us a record of all that had happened to her, about being used and then thrown away by On Guard, about being engaged to Karita and On Guard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Inpax had to say. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. On Guard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word! Matt Ongard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost!
Celeste's suicide note added to the court record. Found inside the figurine, it tells of Ongard's horrible misdeeds.
It's Ongard's fault that woman killed herself! And this time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that! Would you like to cross-examine the bear figurine? Yeah, sure. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. Tequila's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know. I have to carry on to buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find our way out of this situation through one of those.
The gavel is already in the judge's hands, Phoenix. Hurry!
The suicide note and the figurine. Which one should I pursue? Yep, definitely gonna save at this point.
Let's see. Suicide note, the figurine. Which one of these should I pursue?
I'll just start with this.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Ongard killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I'd say that Matt Ongard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Oh, crap, except for one thing. Well, we'll see where this goes. Order! 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 You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one.
Unfortunately, I think he believes differently.
Yep, I think I messed up here. But that was the reason I saved, so I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Uh-huh. The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to... Yep. I knew it. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. So spying? What the... I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Wait, he did? Really? Oh, not that I didn't think it mattered who had possession of it, as long as Edgeworth knew about it regardless. Anyway, Matt Ongard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, one Kurita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Ongard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have a camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt Argard's fingerprints were on there?
Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
What am I supposed to say to that evidence?
I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Argard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now that's what's that lawyer thinking.
Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy?
Just stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty.
Phoenix.
Yes, Chief?
Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet?
What I'm going to do next? Just run away like a frightened child work?
I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting a lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what is it, Mia?
There is a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate?
I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look at the item when he had the chance.
So how's it feel to be forced to eat metaphorical crap to save Maya? It's not fun. Not fun.
But can't really be helped either.
And as long as we remember that Maya is more important than what these people think of us.
For not remembering to look at the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked into? Looked at, or should I let it go? I'm gonna look through this stuff first.
Is it...
Wait, no.
Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? I feel like... Well, here goes.
I have an objection, Your Honor.
That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Objection!
Your Honor! The defense has no intention of letting this go so easily! You are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor! Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Hey, isn't that what I just said? Just work with us, Mia. So, you're telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Oh boy, So before you submit, okay, I'm listening. Look at all the new evidence, okay? New evidence from when? From how recent? Fun guard button. It has to be something Edgeworth himself could not study for long. Something Edgeworth himself could not study for long. I still think that's this. He knows all about the bear. Well, I can't remember what he knows about. There's so much information here. I can't remember what he does and doesn't know about. Changes the footage taken by the spy camera into radio. Enough to get a receipt for it. Oh. That's what I mean! I can't remember who did what. There's so much evidence here now. Or so much has happened, I should say. Let's see. Let me think. Knows all about the bear, enough to get a there's something you should really examine about this piece of evidence. Did he know about how the camera was set? I can't remember that. Changes the footage taken by the spy. Yeah, I guess he did. Well, no, maybe not. He knew where the recording was being sent to, but did he know? But did he know how the camera was set? There's really something you should examine about this piece of evidence. So he's saying about the camera, so it has to be the time it was set for. 8 p.m. to 9. So look at other new stuff. Yeah, I have. But these have nothing to do with the camera, do they? Wait. About what piece of evidence? What is it? Wait, what are we even talking about now? He's saying there's really something you should examine about this piece of evidence. So which evidence could Edgeworth not look at until now? This? Are we talking about the figurine? He knew about it though. He was with us at the thing. Oh, but let's see. Yeah, he knew about this because no, he didn't. No, okay, let me think here. That would suggest that the bear is not it. Well, which bear? This one or this one? Neither bear is right. Okay. Well, I don't know what else has to do with the camera, but except for this. And he knows where the. But you are very close. But he knew where. He knew where this was. You know, he knew where the thing was transmitting to. Oh, ha ha ha. Yeah. Monokuma, I get it. Anyway, let's see. Or to do it in the English way. There we go. Let's see. So it's not the bears. It's neither bear. Well, this takes me back to this then, because I don't remember if Edgeworth knew about the time it was set for. I don't remember if he knew about the time it was set for. You have a tendency to flip through things quickly, say this isn't it, and move on. I know. But you both said, you said it wasn't the bears. Or Soup said it wasn't the bears, rather. Which means that what you need to do is slow down and look at things. I have been. Let's see. Stuffed bear. Not everything. I looked at all the newest evidence like I was told to. I stopped to look at this and I said that Edgeworth knows about, see, changes the footage taken by the spy camera into radio waves and transmits the data. Well, I looked at this picture. So ask yourself, how long has this evidence been public? That should be enough for you to get off of. Go off of. Trying to remember what all... He saw this photo. Is that correct? Because I feel like... I can't remember everything he saw at the mansion, but I feel like he had to have seen this. Unless... Think. Let me see. Wish I could remember better. It's just that so much has been happening and I can't remember it all. I can't remember, there's little details I can't remember. Like, did Edgeworth see this? Did Edgeworth see this picture? Or did he know about the... Okay, one last hint. This is absolutely the last one. Fair enough. I don't even know if I want it. I'm still trying to think. What's that figurine? Right now, you're trying to stall for time, right? So you need something that will give you grounds to say, but wait, this detail questions my client's guilt. Wait, this detail questions my client's guilt. Does that photo really help you do that? Probably not. If anything, it would make things worse for him. Especially with him already knowing, the whole court already knows about this. The entire courtroom knows about this. So that would definitely make him look worse. The Karita and Andrews know how to open it. Well, yeah, remember the judge read it to the courtroom. Read the suicide note to the entire courtroom. When did that happen in terms of the case, that is? Well, yeah, it happened just now. So... But Edgeworth didn't get to see it. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Yeah, the judge read it. The judge read it to the courtroom. So Edgeworth did not get to see it personally. It happened just now. Well, yeah, that too. It happened just now. So are we talking about the note or the photo? Found at On Guard Mansion with Love Celeste is written on it. I mean, the note was read just now, but I'm talking about as far as what to present. What are we talking about as far as what to present? Guard's horrible misdeeds. There's something you should really examine about this piece of evidence. And what would you want to look at about the photo, out of curiosity? What was written on it? What was written on the what was written on the frame? I think it was written on the frame. Oh wait, no, that wasn't written on the frame. That was something else. But anyway, what was signed on this anyway? Because yeah, it was something else that was written on the back of the frame that Pearl found. So that's unrelated to this thing with Celeste. Want to examine with Love Celeste. What about that do you want to examine? That it could mean that she did mean something to Matt. I know obviously she didn't in the end, but I'm saying that's what we could use. Are you saying that Celeste didn't actually write it? Do you want to examine her exquisite penmanship? Now I'm getting confused. Because I was just saying what I thought, and then you brought that up, and now No, I'm not saying she didn't actually write it, because I think it was confirmed that it was her handwriting by Adrian. here's a subtle hint. Do you remember the first case of the game? Let me think. The first case. With Maggie on the ground. What did Maggie tell you? I don't remember. That's been way too long ago. I don't remember. Oh, wait! Right! It wasn't spelled right. Maggie was spelled wrong. With love, Celeste. Celeste. Did the... Dang it, I wish I remembered what the note said now. And that told you something about the facts of that case, didn't it? Yes, it did. He only heard the... Wait. He only heard... The killer then had only heard the name. He didn't see how it was spelled. But how was it written on here? It told you that someone else wrote it. Right. So... Did someone... But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. I can't really say much more without telling you the answer. Well, that's leading me back to the note. What you're telling me already has led me back to the suicide note. Because that's the only thing I could think. Let's see, that she wanted to tell of on guard's horrible misdeeds. Or was it her that wanted to? What would you examine about the note? Well, one hid this note all this time to use at the perfect point to ruin Matt's career. So what if he was the one who wrote it just for that purpose? Down inside the figurine. Or not one. What is... Okay, there were only two people that knew how to operate this figurine, and that was Juan and Adrian. So I've been thinking there's two possibilities on who could have written the note. I pointed it to Juan because he was the one with the bad blood between him and Matt, that had the bad blood with Matt. But how long did Adrian know about what Matt had done to Celeste? What would you examine about the note? Let me think. He was the... Ha ha ha. Let's see. What would you examine about the note? Well, the handwriting, probably. The handwriting of the name. The signature of Celeste's name. I am strictly thinking about the note now. I feel like the note is what I have to present. And if I end up being wrong, I did just save not long ago, so... Next bad joke gets a dead eye. Okay. I am not 100% confident, but... I'm going to... And you have full penalty gauge anyways. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Inside all of us is the truth laid bare. I bear witness. Now I can't tell if you're punning Monokuma or Teddy. Anyway. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? Okay. Sorry, I just like that. Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... The handwriting! That was weird. This whole time, I don't remember this game ever working with the DualShock, and then all of a sudden my controller shook a bit. Oh well. The handwriting, maybe I just hadn't noticed it. I don't know. The handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Ashi, you are under arrest for the vandalism of the Noodle Kuma Model 2.0. Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. OnGuard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? I'm still not completely sure it's her, though, Phoenix. Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. Is she? What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you can use it to frame Matt OnGuard. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Ouch. Ugh! That's enough! Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my butt, that's just a lawyer trying to buy more time! OnGuard is guilty! Look, any idiot can tell you that! I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 Yeah, okay, we can... You can see what I meant by trial day 2 being very well written. It's all written in such a way that it heavily incriminates OnGuard. But leaves just enough notes for you to say, yeah, but gotcha. Well, what was that sound? It's Gumshoe. Beep. Hello? Gumshoe? Ugh. What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
he got away. What? I'm sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty! Guilty! Well, you tell us. You tell us, Gumshoe. What are you hearing right now? Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! Well, what is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch!
Take that!
Take... Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy some more time. Court is in session. Beep. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were safe. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law! I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day.
Objection!
What? Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? Well, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for. Please, Your Honor! Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised, I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. March 23rd, 2:04 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Right, well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Ugh. Beep. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out. We're right. Looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Ho ho ho, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things you left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swapped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I gotta put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I'll say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. I'm already preparing his next pay cut. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. This is not good. Well, what happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. Well, what was he thinking? We gotta hurry and call for help! But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No! We can't let that happen! Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Well, I freaking hope so. Find Scruffy. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Are you thinking about what I think you are? Hey, do I not? No. Gosh dang it. Nope, it's not what I was thinking of because we don't have that. I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. What's this? A transmitter? No, that can't be it. Radio transceiver originally. Who can find Scruffy? The evidence they... The radio... No, wait. Who can find Scruffy? I don't know. Wait, who? What? Who can find... I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. I assume it has to actually be an item, not a person. You actually kind of do know, you've just forgotten. Well, okay, yeah, I've forgotten then. Who can find Scruffy? We're talking about who? Who? Or what? He's already been tracked earlier in this case. He's already been tracked earlier in this case. He's already been tracked earlier in this case. He's already been... I'll give you a pass on this one since I would have been several... Since it would have been several days ago. Oh, okay. I'll give you a pass on this one since it would have been several days ago. Well, again, I mostly just want to know if it's a person or an object that I need to present. Person, okay. He's already been tracked earlier this case. I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Take a shot. Of course!
Take
Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca, does she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears, whether you did your job well or not. That can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. If you handcuffs you down, you can whip him a bunch. She just might after all this is over. I don't know. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. If I was an 18-year-old perfectionist, I'd be pissed about the gunshot wounds. Oh, she'll whip you a bunch. Yeah, that too. They're probably finished the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. To be continued. Oh no, she'd whip him for breaking traffic laws. Yeah, that too. She's just gonna want to whip a lot of people before this is over. Okay. We're at a place to save. Would I have time to finish this tonight? Or should I try to go tomorrow? Keep going, okay. Well, I'm just gonna go take a short break to give me something to eat. I will be right back. But take a deep breath. Yeah, I'll do that too. Thank you. Like I said, I'll be right back. Did I save already? Okay, yeah, I did. I wasn't sure. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back. The suspense before the next scene is unbearable. Alright, let's continue. March 23rd, 2:35 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Well, at least they've settled down for now. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Not sure which of us is more flustered. Okay, that's it. You're on timeout. Oh, right. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? Right, that is. It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, could you please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note? Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impact herself. It is a fake. Order! 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 Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impact, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. I knew it. Mr. Carita? Well. It looks like Miss Impact never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that. So that fact... What? So that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. Oh, okay. Well, okay, I know what he's talking about, but still. That does sound very plausible. This theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. I'm not sure what I'm going to present right now, but I'll just have to make do. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony.
The defense believes that the theory of the prosecution...
If everything the prosecution has proven... Wouldn't be the first time Phoenix has bluffed his way through things, that's true. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Onguard to not have known it was a fake. Are you saying because of this?
Take that!
What is this little item called again? Gosh, dang it. It's called the Beastic Yada. And yes, I just did it in Ezra's voice. What are you gonna do about it? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Oh, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Onguard knew of the existence of this note. Because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Onguard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ah! So then, the defendant knew that the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory is as to what Mr. Onguard's motive for murder was. It has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Onguard wanted to miss the corrida 24 hours a day. True. Perhaps the victim wrote a note in a place Mr. Onguard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Order! 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 Mr. Edgeworth! It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. Uh-huh. As you figured? As I figured. It came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the result of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Onguard's motive through evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor. The prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Real? What sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the Killer to commit murder? No way! He's not! He is not! That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? What? Yes, go on, who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley the Killer. He did! What the hell? Oh, Mr. the Killer. Let's give it time to sink in. Wait! Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? Or, I mean, the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. Just smile and nod. We know this would never happen in reality. Right. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. It's kind of, I don't even think I have to point out how funny this is. Hello? Okay. Here we go. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor, how can you remain so calm? And what's the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second.
I'm so hungry.
Maya! Maya! A voice? Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? I could really go for a burger. Just a burger? She's probably gonna want a dozen of them after this. The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. It looks like we haven't run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct? It is as you say, I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Oh. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What is he going to say? Pay attention now, will do. About my client. There's something in this first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor.
There's no way to know what's coming next. Stay cool and collected, Phoenix.
Okay.
There's little first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important. That is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand.
We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your client's... I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? In other words, know your role and shut your mouth, pretty much. Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation.
Hold it!
The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner? It's the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough! Please, no more! Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway.
Hold it!
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Really? Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You? Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself.
Hold it!
We understand, so please, tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. Isn't that nice of the killer? He's concerned for your blood pressure. I know, right? He seems very steadfast and close, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to do here. That's the reason I'm here. That's my wish that you grab.
To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that's the reason I'm here. That's the reason I'm... Should you grasp it? It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. That you grasp this concept before I get the name of my client. Wait a minute. Is he talking about... No, he said... Okay, thanks. I think I'll appreciate that this time. It's just repressing a statement. Oh, okay. Repress the bond of trust. Okay. Already did, but thanks anyway. Thanks for confirming. The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I discuss... In exchange... Gosh dang it, I can't talk right now. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. Those are the roles and duties an assassin and his client are to carry out. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? We were kinda told about him all along, really, Phoenix, so not sure why it's surprising you now. Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. Wow, he bought that! Cause, yeah, Phoenix did not sound very convincing just then. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. Now then, I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client. Don't you agree?
Hold it!
What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness! What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida?
The person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
Okay, I was kind of starting to suspect that. I actually was starting to suspect that a little bit. What? Dang, did that catch everyone off guard? Dang, that caught everyone off guard, didn't it? But witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier!
Right now, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What?! This can't be! On the phone earlier! What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Oh. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt On Guard, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. No, I didn't say I knew it. I said I started to suspect it. Also, Luna, I was starting... Oh, what's that? Okay, I don't know. I can't remember everything I said. Shush about my inability to type. I didn't say anything about your inability to type. I was saying that I can't remember everything I say. From time to time. I don't even know what that first thing is talking about. You, Shilly the Killer. Well, what made me start... forget it. I'll go over it later.
My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is not on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. Okay, I don't know anymore. I'm just gonna shut up and let this play out. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility that the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Onguard is innocent.
I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue the discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Beep. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately! What now? With the way this is going, On Guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And On Guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. I don't think that's gonna happen. Shilly the Killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me! Listen, everyone, please! That testimony just now, it was all one big lie! The suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
Yeah, but he also said that he wanted to do anything he could to get Matt on guard acquitted. No, that's not true!
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Dinpax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them! Tell them the real story! Who the real killer is! Tell them! Please, help me!
Adrian X Celeste, I think I can ship it. Well, when she was alive at least. Yeah, definitely. Of course. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna start with requesting the trial to continue. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. Does Luna have a conscience? What kind of question is that? Of course I do. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Onguard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Onguard. Well, you could have asked for verdict. Good news is that the same thing happens either way. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the facts. That it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Onguard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? I trust his updates off top of your parts. Right. But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at, and I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer. Right away, Your Honor. How's he gonna do that, though?
Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Remind me, in 1-5 with Emma and Gaunt, did you fall for the trap of identifying the handprint too soon? Oh gosh, I don't know if I remember. Did you fall for the trap of identifying the handprint? Yeah, I wish I remembered that. I guess there's one way I could find out. But it would take me a little while to do, so I think for now, I'll have to let that go. Let me think. Yeah. Well, let me think for a little bit about it. Did you fall for the trap of identifying the handprint too soon? I feel like I didn't, but I can't say for sure. Anyway, yeah, I'll move on now. Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKeller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court?
Incidentally, you did submit the handprint too soon. Okay, thanks, Soup, because like I said, I really couldn't remember. About my client, part 2.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carino was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Objection!
Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need a question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. However, if I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit.
Yes?
How much is your fee?
I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial.
That's apparently how he interpreted it. Ah, no, I'm not thinking of hiring Mr. Wright. Yes? You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What the hell? No, I don't want you to. What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor? Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright! You're hereby declared guilty! We're not even on trial. Brett the Hitman Hart is who she wants to hire. The excellence of execution. Witches. Let's continue. Thank you, Edward. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? So you're saying she wants to suplex the judge into a steel chair? I didn't say that. Or is Ari talking about soup? I don't know. Moving on. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you.
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
That goes without saying, Mr. Tequila.
And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt.
Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police.
You think you're above consequences? Great, so Tequila is the fallen child. I guess so.
I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy?
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook.
It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi, too.
No. I already told you, I have no intention of using your services. Ever! Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning?
That is correct, from before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So, why do you think your client did that?
What do you mean by why?
Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true.
I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Onboard.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible.
Huh?
My job is to kill, that is all. And to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall.
Hold it!
And that's all you have to testify?
Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again? As in you plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me? No, I'm fine. Really. Are you really now? I guess you're not wrong, but still, I'm gonna pass. I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now.
What are you going to do now, Phoenix?
All I can do now is expose the lies.
That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right?
Ugh, I'm so confused. The one thing I know for sure is that I can't let this trial end yet.
So far, stay a question to me. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body in a new scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the beginning that one Corina was dead.
This is the statement that's bugging me. Cause what's the proof that 1 week from now, Luna, when you start playing Assassin's Creed, I don't even have an Assassin's Creed game, so no. Plus, I already told you what game I'll be playing next. At least I think you were here when I said it. If not, I'll tell you.
Okay. But like I said, this is the statement that's bugging me. I know, but it's funnier. Fair enough. But while we're on that subject, I have every once in a while I've considered playing an Assassin's Creed game. Would you guys recommend it? If any of you even played them. And just nodding his head to the cross-exam music is Bliss the Llama. Yeah, I've never touched them myself. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to either. I keep going back and forth on it, and most likely I probably won't. I probably never will. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. As I said, this is the subtopic that's bothering me. But I'm trying to think if there's a way, if there's anything I have that can prove that she didn't know. Which is why I was looking through the evidence. Of course, at the same time, before I had played Overwatch, I never touched any game in the genre and probably never will again, so... Alright, fair enough. Good point. Let's see. I already knew from the very beginning that he was dead. I really still have... I still seriously doubt that. But the thing is, I'm trying to figure out how I can prove it. I don't think that would prove it. I don't know if I have anything that would prove it, is the problem. Not sure what I'm thinking I'm going to do with that. Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Corrado was dead. Maybe it isn't that, because I can't think of anything. But even more appalling is creation and planting of the knife and button. But even more, that act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. Let me kind of press the statements again. Now I'm convinced more than ever it has to be this statement. The only question is, what's the evidence? Basically, I think I have to prove she didn't know from the beginning that he was dead. Well, here goes.
Objection!
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that one Kurita had been murdered! But how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Kurita had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. Yes, I know. Four kids localization, yada yada yada. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. Well, I hadn't thought of that part, but that's true. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thoughts just now. Witness, how do you explain the strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Kurita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection to this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised! You know you can't say things like that without any evidence! Oh, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, yeah, shut up, Judge. Anyway, I am positive that there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well.
Right now, I have to buy us more time. Shut up, Judge. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Request taking, okay.
This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
1 week ago? Are you sure?
Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations.
Oh, they switched to the faster tempo. Yeah, I guess they did. I wasn't paying attention, but yeah.
And I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind.
Oh my gosh, he's still going on with that. Please, stop.
In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
A specific date and time?
Hold it!
Did you ask why on that specific night?
No.
We're gonna keep playing Ace Assassin. I smell Game of the Year. Okay, thanks, I think.
I'll try to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only have my suspicions.
Your suspicions, huh? Yeah, let's press further. So, what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear.
The bear?
My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in one Karita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me.
You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all.
That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is... the client knew the secret of the bear figurine! Well, crap. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony.
Hold it!
So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? What was that with the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail.
why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. It's almost a sham he's gonna get blackmailed. Call... Call 634-545-5916. Gotcha. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so.
You see, it's just as I said.
I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here?
Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue? Curiously, that was going to be the number for Xfinity. Wait, really?
Hold it!
So your client was Adrian Andrews?
That is correct.
Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around.
You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere.
Talk about a delicate balance.
I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes.
Hold it!
I have my own pepperoni.
Hold it!
Well, I already know this one wasn't important, I don't think.
What the killer said. do that one again.
Hold it!
There's something very subtle going on the entire time the killer has been on the stand, and if you caught on to it, then you'll know exactly what you need to do. Yeah, I don't think I have is the problem. Because if I I'll tell you when you advance this section then. Okay.
Well, what do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with...
Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay.
It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I could trust this person as a client.
It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Very. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case... Witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well.
Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client.
Objection!
Crap, that wasn't what I meant to do. I pushed the wrong button. Oh well, forget it. I know what to do, so... Moving on. Yeah, that wasn't what I meant to do either.
Objection!
I would like to go over this one more time. I know, that was... I don't know why I did that. I had in mind to push the R1 button, instead I pushed the triangle button, and I don't know why. Anyway, I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar, and took the request at that time. You didn't notice, but in the entire time the killer's been there, they never once used a gender pronoun to refer... Oh, that's true. You're right, he didn't. Or they didn't. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time? Yes, that is correct. Excuse me.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale.
But what?
Shelley the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews!
But why would you say that?
Because you made one very big slip-up. About her.
So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her?
If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman.
Oh!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer! This court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So, does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
Ugh, no, he's just going to spit out more lies. Why should we even let him? Now, of course, because the judge is an idiot, that's why. Very well, but this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Okay. How much longer is this part gonna go on for? Because it's already 13 minutes after I should have ended. So... well, you can... I'll let someone answer that, but I will be right back, so just give me a bit.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we can get done, I guess. Request taking part 2.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail.
Which is immediately contradicting what you said earlier.
There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of one Kurita and 2 or 3 other small things.
Small things?
When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying.
Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us.
I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients?
Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible.
But didn't you meet your client this time?
No, I did not.
Oh, come now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse.
Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me.
Alright then, just cough it up and confess! Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words! You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client? That's a good question, do I?
Do I have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client?
I don't think I do. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong.
And why could you not meet certain clients?
Recently, I have been receiving more requests.
If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities?
By the way, the raid host will be hashtag behold my... Alright, fine.
On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct?
Not that the judge would know that.
Well, I have joined the Times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope?
See? Why not just say?
I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email.
Yeah, and who wants to bet the judge doesn't know what email is either? Email? I'm too good at this. I'm too good at reading the judge now. In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and...
Hold it!
2 or 3 other things?
Yes.
Judge, did you hear that they just released Rainbow Six Vegas 2?
Yes.
And what were those, and what were these other things?
A few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
What should I do? Should I let him side with that? Yes, no, maybe. Was Rainbow home or something? Or away? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. I'm gonna take the risk. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes?
everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client.
Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's...
I smell the stench of a backstabber!
And
Should you turn out to be one?
well, wait! Uh-oh, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? I guess I better let it go. The killer sounds like one sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious. Let's continue with the testimony. Witness, if you please.
Hold it!
So, you're saying that you never saw your client's face? Not even once?
I did. Once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine.
Yes, I see.
But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time.
A mask? The nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? I'm gonna say before this, just to not risk ticking him off, but I am going to say that there is. One thing does sort of stick out at me, Your Honor. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Power's testimony. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. OnGuard, and at the time, he was not wearing his nickel samurai mask. Order! Order! Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness!
Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to the various rooms. Is that so wrong?
I don't think he listened to what we said just now.
Huh?
The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person.
Objection!
I'm sorry, but sadly, we're not nearly so generous here. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Oh, the deja vu. And isn't his salary more than enough for one man? Well, he just spent $3,800 on toothbrushes? And where is your evidence that the large roll of cash was not in fact a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money. What?!
Mr. Attorney.
Oh, come on, really?
You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client.
Oh no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know?
Oh, I know and I agree. Lies are not a good thing at all.
Urgh.
I think we are on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I am free to cut contact at any time.
I'm sorry! Please forgive my foolishness! If only you were this apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness.
We've pretty much reached the end of our rope here.
Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me.
And that's exactly what is so bad. At the rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in.
Oh yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Well, fudge, I don't know what the heck to do now.
There have been times when I took a job without home.
Because I can't press him too far on any of these statements or he'll get suspicious, so I don't know what to do. Well, you have to push him on something. Yeah, but I don't know on what. Because he's gonna get suspicious if I do. Let's see. Well, let me just go through them again.
Hold it!
Do you have any proof that Mr. Killer met with his client?
I still don't think I do.
Hold it!
Yep, that sounds about right, Ashi. Okay. Well, let's see what happens, I guess.
If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine?
After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase.
And then, what did you do next?
I handed it over to my client right away.
You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony.
As you wish. One of these was to find the bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews.
I found this figurine at Mr. Onguard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there?
I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Onguard, I'm sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? There has to be something. I'm not sure what, but something. So, the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? I don't know. I don't know what the evidence could be. Dr. Wright, I see what you did there, Capcom. Yeah, I get it now too. But yeah, I seriously have no idea what the evidence could be, even if it even is for this. I don't know what to do. And I really, gosh, I wanted to get through this part. Then I'd say to think it over, go back to the start of the cross-exam, and pause the game there. Okay. It's no use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here. Pressing this witness anymore would be extremely dangerous. It appears that Mr. Wright has no problems. Well then, witness, please continue. So you're saying to just pause the game here for the night? Are you saying to just stop here for the night? Is that what you're saying, Ashi? That's what it sounded like you were saying to me. Isn't it 4 hours about your usual? Yes, it is. And I really, technically, I've been going over 4 hours because my internet connection got cut off earlier. So I've probably been going closer to 5 hours by now. Maybe at least 4.5. So yeah, I guess that's what I better do. I hope I can still do this tomorrow, but yeah, it's getting kind of late now, so I guess that's what I'm going to have to do, is just stop here for the night. So sorry about that. I really hope to get through this one testimony and then stop, but I guess that's not going to happen. At least not anytime, not if I keep going. I don't know how much longer this would take me is what I'm trying to say. So, the killer's the last witness. Yeah, but I don't know how to figure this out. I don't know what... don't know what to do. Okay, you're right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop here for the night. I'm sorry. So yeah, we're going... Haha, very funny. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and end the stream here for tonight. Hopefully I'll be able to figure this out tomorrow or whenever I'm on again. So, thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. You guys can do that. I don't feel like doing a... I don't... It's a... Yeah, hi Ike. Sorry for ending just as you got here. No, I don't. I guess. So yeah, let me decide who I'm gonna host first, and then we'll worry about that. Let's see. Who do I want to host tonight? You know what? Usually I don't catch her at this time, so... Oh. Let's go ahead and host Kupoyo, who is playing Final Fantasy XIV. And yeah, like Ashi said, go ahead and copy that hashtag there.
to copy and paste for the stream, for the host, or raid, whatever. Yeah, we're just going to the host. But anyway, again, thanks for tuning in, and I hope I'll be back tomorrow to... Gosh, I can't... Okay, I hope I got it copied. Anyway, I will see you all... Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow night. And I hope you have a good night. Take care, everyone. Bye.